How you doing? Good. Have you guys been here before? Okay. Uh, so today we're hosting young people from the Hilltop Artists program. The Hilltop Artists program is a program in the Tacoma public schools where they can learn glass blowing. They start in middle school, they go on through high school, and some of the kids have gone on to become professional glass blowers. So just to get you started, we give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. Pipe is hollow, so when you blow, ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, and we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those, do you have a question? No. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, or pink. If we're going to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with a layer of the colored glass. So I think that's what they're doing right now over on the left. So Sarah, the woman sitting down, has blown a bubble of clear glass. The young man, black sweatshirt and pants, he's heating up a chunk of the colored glass. And we're going to coat Sarah's bubble with the colored glass. So that's called a color overlay, and all the colored objects that you see here, they're all colored in that manner. Now in a big factory, where you're going to make everything the same color, then they'd melt the colored glass in the big furnace, and they just dip it in and make 100 blue bowls. But here, we want to make a red thing, a green thing, a blue thing, so we color each piece individually by melting on a layer of the colored glass. Skinny rods of colored glass, yeah.
Yeah. So is that kind of what she's doing? Just adding the skinny rods of glass onto and layering it?
Yeah, this is called, when we use the little bench-mounted torch, it's called flame working. And you start, instead of using molten glass in the big furnaces, you start out with rods, pre-made rods of colored glass or tubes. And she's making marbles. And we're going to make the marbles, and later on in the day, we're going to make some goblets, and the marbles will be inset into the stems of the goblets. They're probably not perfectly round, but she's making them by eye. There are marble making tools that you can use. that are little kind of scoop-shaped things, and you just keep rolling that little scoop until it gets completely round. But I don't think she has one, so she's just doing it by eye. How do we get the glass in the furnace? Glass is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. The sand is the bulk of it. The soda ash is a chemical which softens the glass, makes it easier to melt, and the lime stabilizes it chemically. So what we get is called batch, and it's kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients all proportioned already. We just shovel it into the furnace. We cook it overnight at 2,400 degrees. All those things melt together and make glass. So you'll see we have two furnaces. So sometimes we're cooking glass in one of them, and in the other one, the glass is already cooked up and ready to use. Two in the center have shutters.
One is lit, one is not.
Yes. Well, we only light up the ones that we're going to be using that day. So the Glorios have 3 sets of doors on them, and as you open each set of doors, it reveals a bigger opening. So we want to keep it as tight as possible because we want to save energy, and we want to keep the flames off the glass blowers. So if you're making something small, you use the smallest set of doors, and then as you make things bigger, you open them up, and there's a bigger hole behind that, bigger hole behind that. Do the whole thing have a hole? There's 2 kinds. No, there's the ones with that are hollow are called blowpipes. They're for blowing bubbles and stuff. And then we have solid ones called punties, and those are just for collecting glass. You can't blow through them. Oh, sometimes people want to do stuff by themselves. Glassblowing is generally a team sport, but if you don't have an assistant or you can't get one, you want to be you want to be blowing at the same time you're shaping. So you'll see here, one of the glass blowers will be sitting behind the bench, and they'll blow as the other person shapes it. If you don't have another person, then they stick a tube on the end, and you blow in yourself. No, in fact, we very rarely use them.
Okay, or you don't want so much pressure being blown in.
No, it's just if you're, determined on doing it yourself.
When you're blowing in, is it like blowing up a balloon? Or
Yeah,
is it...
exactly. No, let's see. Most of these guys have gone through the program already. It's like Jack here. We have a few people who are still in the program, and we have some instructors, and also a couple of our Museum of glass blowers. People who work for the museum. That'd be, where is it? Gabe in the black hat, and Sarah over on the bench on the left. They work for the museum. They are, very experienced glass blowers with over 20 years of experience. So generally we're making these centerpieces, these vases that you see on the 2 pedestals. And we're going to be starting them on the workbench over on the left. and we'll be finishing them on the workbench in the center. So over on the left, Sarah will blow bubble the glass, coat it with the appropriate colors. We're going to pick up some little designs on that hot plate, and then she'll hand it over to Gabe, and Gabe will blow it up to his full size and shape.
That's the hot plate right there.
Yes. So if you see on the centerpieces, there's little lines and dots. That's what she's laying out on that hot plate. That's where we keep things warm while we're working. It's half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft.
So,
Put stuff in there.
when I watch a
Annealing means something different in metal than it does in metal. You heat treat it to change the working properties of the steel.
yes.
Our annealing doesn't change the working properties of anything. It's just to cool it down very slowly so it doesn't break.
Right, or lose shape, or
No,
it would
break.
never deform. It's
No, we don't put it in the annealer till it's hard. So it has nothing to do with the shape. Yeah, the thicker something is, the longer we take to anneal it. But for most, vases, cups, little houseware, we do it overnight. So we'll keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. We'll place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, we'll start the cooling process. And by the next morning, they'll be cool and ready to use. So you can see Sarah's picking up the decorations. So all those little rods and dots are made out of glass. And they stick to the surface. And then Sarah goes to the glory hole, the big round furnace, and melts them on. You can see him kind of hot potatoing it. When we put the glass, when we're done with shaping it and we put it in the annealer, it's usually about 1,000 degrees. So at that temperature, the glass is hard, but it's still pretty hot. We have two kinds of torches. The one he's using now, we call it the fluffy torch, and that's 3,500 degrees. And then we have a propane and oxygen torch called the hot torch, and we use that. That has a 5,000 degree flame. Our ovens can't handle the 5,000 degrees. The ovens that we keep the molten glass, they're kept at 2,100 degrees. Yeah. If we put them up to 5,000, they would melt. So in the center, we're going to blow that glass. We have all the color on it. We have all the decorations. Now we're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through the metal tube and inflate the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. Do you guys have any questions? Up there? No? So just to orient you, we're hosting the Hilltop Artists program today. It's a program in the Tacoma Public Schools where the kids can learn to blow glass. And the project for today, they're making these vases, which they're going to sell at their annual fundraiser, which is going to be October 4th at the Murano Hotel. So they're going to sell these to raise funds for the Hilltop Artists program. I think it will be, yes. So you'd go to hilltopartists.org. So in the center, Gabe in the black hat is heating the glass up, making it soft. And now he's going to shape it with a tool called the block. Looks like a little scoop. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Now he's switched to the newspaper. The gray pad in his hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Could we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what he's using. It's just regular, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As Gabe shapes the glass, one of his assistants is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. Each time we heat up the glass in that big round oven, the glory hole, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's still hot and soft, and then we have to return to the glory hole and heat it up again. So Gabe is shaping the glass with the newspaper, and Daria, sitting to the left of the bench, she's blowing. So it's like blowing up a balloon. Nope. These are called marini. We use them like little tiles to make mosaic designs, and we'll heat them up in the furnace till they stick together, and then we'll roll them up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we'll have a bubble with a mosaic design in it. Can we put up the marini compare slide with the Roman bowl and the Marquis sculpture? So if you look up in the big screen, we have two examples of marini pieces. On the left is a bowl from 1st century BC, and it's made out of those little guys. And then on the right is a modern sculpture by Richard Marquis. But they're all made the same way with the marini. We'll be probably doing that this afternoon, I think. I don't think we'll be doing the marini this morning. So we're setting up a little bit of an assembly line. So over on the left, Sarah in the black shirt and shorts. She's starting the next vase. She'll get all the glass we need. She'll put the color on, and then she'll hand it over to Gabe in the center, who's blowing them up to the full size and shape. So now Gabe is taking a torch and just heating the very bottom of the vase. We'll make that part soft, and we'll flatten the bottom, and we're able to flatten the bottom without distorting the rest of the object. So just the part that he torched will be soft, we'll flatten it, and it won't squish the whole thing. Using a lathe, if you hold your tool steady,
Yeah.
then it automatically gets. Making the corner nice. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
He's leaning on the side, so the glass naturally has a kind of is rounded, and he wants it to be tighter. So she holds the paddle against the bottom, and he holds the jacks, those metal tongs, against the side,
Okay, so he's making a nice edge. Okay.
making that corner crisper. So we're going to transfer the glass from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. if you watch Sarah with the black shirt and shorts, she's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. She dips her bubble in there, and now she's got a fresh coating of molten glass. All glass, when it's really hot, looks some shade of orange. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. It's not the color of the glass. The glass you just added was clear glass, but it's just so hot that it's glowing orange. Torch, though, these special glasses, they're called dynamium glasses that cut out the called sodium flare from the glass. The regular glass blowing, any old glass. You guys have any questions? Yes. The colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. We buy the colored glass, and we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace, the big furnace, and then we heat up a chunk of this colored glass, and then we coat the bubble with the colored glass. Could we play color overlay? We have a little video.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, The color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're almost done with this vase. One of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. That'll crack that joint. We'll give the rod a tap. Off it comes. We'll take a torch and soften a little spot on the bottom of the vase, and then we're going to stamp it with the Hilltop Artists logo. We'll carry it over to our annealing oven, that big black oven on the left side of the studio, and we'll cool it very slowly overnight so it doesn't crack. So let's have a hand for the Hilltop Artists. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. The value of that? I have no idea. Yes. How long does it take to make one of those? About 25 minutes, I would say. 25 minutes and 25 years, as Gabe says. Over on the far right, the man in the red hat, Jack Spitzer. He's blowing some drinking glasses into a mold, and these are also going to be sold at the fundraising event. It's called the Better Futures Luncheon. It's going to be held at the Murano Hotel at October 4th, and they're going to be raising money for the Hilltop Artists, this middle school and high school program in blowing glass. October 4th at the Murano Hotel, which is just, I don't know, half mile from here. a student organization from the local public schools, and they've invited all their folks. Usually we have one small crew working in the center. Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Very busy.
Yep. So now Gabe in the center, shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Daria, seated to the left of the bench, she's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe shapes it. Goblets later on, and they're going to have a marble in the stem. She's laying out a pattern. She's using little tiles of glass called Marini. She's laying out a mosaic pattern, and later on in the day, we're going to make vases with that mosaic pattern in it. When they swing the glass like that, the glass is soft, and the centrifugal force stretches the glass out, makes that bubble longer. I don't think they have the number. How are you guys? You guys have any questions? Okay, good. If I can help with that, you let me know. So we have sort of a bunch of things going on at the different workstations. Over on the far left, Sarah is starting the vases, and we're applying the colored glass. In the center, Gabe is blowing the vases out to their full size and shape. Over on the far right, Jack in the red hat is blowing drinking glasses into a graphite mold. In the center, Mackenzie is making marbles that we're going to use later in the stems of glasses. And over on that steel table, we're laying out some mosaic patterns in glass that we're going to use in the afternoon. Oh, we're just going to put it in that oven over there. And when we're making the stem, we'll pull it out, heat it up, stick it up. Make the design in the end. So if you just came in, we're hosting the Hilltop Artists program from the Tacoma Public Schools. Here in Tacoma, there's a middle school and high school program in glassblowing. And they have a close relationship with the museum. And so each year, they come here for a week and work with our glass blowers to make the vases that you see on the pedestals, and they're going to sell those at their annual fundraising event. Where do we get the different colors? We buy them. Oh. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat. If you think about your own home, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. That's the same thing you're seeing here. So as it cools off, the orange glow disappears, and you start to see the true color of the glass. The glass at the very top of the vase is always a little thick. So Gabe in the center is taking those tweezers, stretching it out, and then he's going to cut that thick glass off. When the glass is hot, you can cut it with the scissors. So just trim that off. We'll have a nice thin edge to the top of our vase. When it comes straight out of the furnace, it's 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's as hot as the hottest volcano. As soon as we get it out, the temperature starts to drop. Your entire life. These guys probably have an average of, I would say, 5 or 6 years of experience. And Gabe, the man who's leading our team today, he works for the museum. He's got 26 years of glassblowing. They're running about, I'd say, about 25 minutes. Yeah, we have like a little assembly line going. So Sarah is starting them on that bench over there, and Gabe is finishing them here. So as Gabe gets close to finishing, Sarah's already got one prepared. So we're going to blow a little air into the top of the vase to inflate it slightly and make that a little rounder and fuller. Does anybody have any questions? So the vase in the center is pretty much done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the vase off that metal rod. We're going to place it in that big black oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we just made it and set it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and it would break. One of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. That jacket and gloves are made out of Kevlar. When he grabs the vase, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll carry it to the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Every once in a while, these rods get hot. When they do, we take them over there to that steel trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal rod. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. We're going to drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and then just a light tap on the steel pipe, and off it'll come. We'll take a torch and soften a little spot on the bottom of the vase, and then we're going to stamp it with the Hilltop Artists logo. And off to the annealer to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Hilltop Artists. Anybody got any questions? Yes. She's laying out a design called Murrini, M-U-R-R-I-N-E, and later on in the day we're going to make vases with that mosaic design. She's going to be making a marble, and we're going to make a goblet that has a marble in the stem. Over here, Ellie is laying out a pattern of little colored sticks of glass called stringers and little kind of discs of glass called Murrini. And we're going to melt those into the side of the vase. Sarah is preparing the bubble. She's ready. Bring it over here. We'll roll the hot glass bubble over these. They'll stick to the surface, and then we'll put them in the fire, and they'll melt in. And those will be the little dots and lines that you see on the surface. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions?
I was here 20 years ago in the same format. I went to college here in Seattle.
Nice.
And it looks the same.
It is the same. It's been the same for 2,000 years.
That's amazing. I mean, the same open concept where people can visit and, explore and learn. Yeah, it's very nice. Is there something that we can, if we want to create like a little fusion of like different colors or something that we can see how that happens or no? Or
You can only see what we're doing today.
All right, what are you doing today?
We're making these vases.
Yeah? Okay. In different sizes, different shapes?
They're
What is the youngest age group part of the class?
They start at about 12.
12 is a good age? Yeah. Beautiful.
These are a group of young people from the Tacoma Public School. They're called the Hilltop Artists. It's a program in the public school.
Public school.
In the public school,
Oh,
yeah.
that's really good. So they recruit people who want to be part of the program.
Yeah, it's an elective, you know. You
But
could
that's
take
very
woodworking or
Yeah.
French.
Yeah. This is better. This is international language, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so
It's
it's
the
French.
best language.
What?
Awesome language. I think both should be required. I don't think they should be elective. I think everybody should learn how.
Oh, everybody has different interests. Some kids are interested in music. Some kids are interested in languages.
But it's good to have a sense of everything. Like I studied everything. I studied sewing. I studied woodworking. I studied art. I studied literature. I studied
You didn't
four
study glass
languages.
blowing.
Huh?
You didn't study glass blowing.
Yeah, but that was not. If this was not. If this was offered, I would have studied. It was not offered.
You can't do everything, or at least you can't do
good.
everything well.
It's good to know a little bit of everything and do one thing well. That's my philosophy.
Okay.
But this is beautiful. Thanks for doing this all the time. Yeah, we enjoy it.
So here in the center, Jack in the red hat is going to pick up some little chips of colored glass to decorate the drinking glasses that he's making. We have the steel plate is a hot plate. We put the little chips of glass on there. We're going to roll our vase over the chips and melt them into the surface. So we're going to add a little bit of clear glass to the bottom to sort of insulate the design. Just wind on a little piece and then flatten it out. They're holding the wooden paddles in front of the glass blower's arm to shield him from the heat. So now Gabe is heating up the very bottom of the vase, making just that part hot and soft. And then he'll take a paddle and flatten that so it sits nicely on the table. So the bottom of the vase is the part that's sticking out. The part you put flowers in is still attached to the pipe. Next thing we're going to do in the center is we're going to transfer that vase from the rod it's blown on to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Doug, big guy in the black shirt, he's preparing the punty. He's going over and to the pipe cooler, and he's going to cool down that pipe so it's easier to hold. He's going to bring it to Gabe, and Gabe will attach it to the bottom of the vase. So that second pipe is going to act as a temporary handle to hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Once they feel that that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? The glass at the very top of the vase is always a little bit thick. So we're going to heat that up. We're going to stretch it out a little and trim some of it off.
Now you got both marbles in there, Mackenzie? You want both of them on one goblet, you think? You want to put all your marbles in one bag? Get it. Put somebody separate.
So Gabe is stretching out that glass. So we have a nice thin edge on the top. He's going to take a pair of shears and cut off the little excess glass. Now Gabe is going to shape the next. Gabe is the man in the center with the black hat on. Over to the right of center, we're preparing the glass for the next vase. So we've dipped our bubble in the furnace, coated it with a fresh layer of hot molten glass. And now Sayuri, over on the far left, she's going to start to shape. The tool in Sayuri's hand that he's shaping the glass with is made out of wood. It's called the block. We store it in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, nor does it leave any marks as we shape the glass. I'm going to blow a little air into the front end of that vase to make it a little fuller and rounder. So we're stamping the drinking glass with the Hilltop Artists logo. We're going to carry it over to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So if you just came in, today the museum is proud to be hosting the Hilltop Artists program from the Tacoma Public Schools. We do this every year, and the young people from the Hilltop program come here and they make a bunch of vases like you see on the pedestal, and they're going to sell those at their annual fundraiser for the program. So this year, it's going to be called the Better Futures Luncheon. It's going to happen on October 4th, and it'll be at the Hotel Murano here in Tacoma. In the center, the vase we're working on is almost done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off that metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. One of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to the annealer. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and we'll just tap the pipe lightly, and off it comes. We'll heat a little spot on the bottom of the vase, and we're going to stamp it with the Hilltop logo, and off to the annealer to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Hilltop Artists. Thank you for coming in. Thanks. Thank you for coming in, guys.
Should I put it in his line, or should I put it right in?
There's a lot going on, so if you have any questions, let me know. I'll try to help. So over here in the center, Ellie is laying out our pattern of decoration for the vases. She has little sticks of glass called stringers and little circular tiles called marini. And we're going to melt those into the side of the vase. And those will end up being the lines and dots that you see on the surface. Hi, how are you guys?
Great.
Good. You guys have any questions?
Yeah, we were here last year.
Oh, good.
I just love it.
Good.
And there was only like 2 people. This is amazing.
Yeah, well, we have the Hilltop kids, so they bring the whole crew.
Got it. And where do they come from? Like all over, or?
No, they're from the Hilltop Artists program in the Tacoma Public Schools.
Oh wow. Oh,
They're
cool.
learning to blow glass in the public schools.
Boy.
They come here once a year to make these vases to
Right.
sell at their annual fundraiser.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, they're middle school and high school. Some are older. We have a little video where you can hear some of the young students talk about their program. Can we play the Hilltop video?
For me, the draw with glass is that even though you're working with the same material every single day, it's different. Every time you work with it, it's a little different, depending on what colors you used, how hot it is, even what mood you're in. It feels different.
The sky's the limit. It's your imagination that takes control of what you do.
First glass experience was really, I was on a school bus and I was like in 6th grade, I think.
When I was probably in 7th grade, I was going on the bus.
And someone stepped on the school bus with a glass elephant.
And this kid walked in with this really big, pretty vase, and I was like, "Where'd you guys do that at?"
And I was so amazed. I was like, oh my God, where did you get that? I was so amazed. That was like the first time I ever seen like a piece of glass blowing.
And he told me, and I got on my schedule. I got glass blowing on my schedule the next day.
My friend Deshaun told me about the glass program that he did after school, so I signed up for the daytime class.
In middle school, I loved art.
Art itself, you get to like do stuff that ordinary people don't do.
It's like, let's touch hot stuff, and I think that's kind of fun.
I've always tried drawing stuff like cars and stuff, never really worked, but then I found glass blowing, and that was an actual art that I could understand and do.
I thought I'd just be like sticking to sports and football, but no, glass blowing.
Here we're working on a project for a fundraiser.
We're making centerpieces for the Better Future Luncheon.
Every year we make a special set of centerpieces for that.
It involves 2 color drops. There's one bench working on the top piece and then another working on the bottom.
Working with the museum people is always cool because they teach you new things.
It's cool, like Gabe and the crew, like they give you pointers and tips.
Glassworking, I think it teaches, teamwork is the main thing. And just this morning I had to talk to him about, we're all on the same team, and we're all working towards a similar goal, so we all help each other out.
They're really good at it because they do it all like every day, so they're showing them these amazing techniques that a lot of kids haven't seen before, and they're just kind of blown away, and you can see the kid light up and the staff member light up at the same time. They're both excited about it, and it's working out.
I mean, when you first meet them and you're working with them to begin with, you're a little intimidated. You don't want to mess up and make their lives any harder. But once you start to get more comfortable around them, you really start picking up things. Even if they don't say it, just by watching them, you can see how they marver or how they use the jacks in many different ways, and it really helps. You just pick up things without even thinking about it.
They look up to all the MOG team and everything, so when they're down there, they just got wide eyes and they're so excited.
Like, they're the best glass blowers in the world here, so just getting to work with them and even on the same floor with them is just amazing and great.
It's pretty cool that they look up to me, and like yesterday, like 4 or 5 of them, they were saying, "Man, Gabe is filthy." I guess filthy means, I'm pretty cool or something. So
there's living proof that this program works. I grew up in a very, very difficult household to grow up in. Yet this program kept me together. It's helped me become who I am. My name is David Rios.
My name is Julian.
My name is Avery Paz.
Jordan Lavelle.
Dante.
I'm Sam.
I'm Deshaun Hutchinson.
Rogelio Castellanos. James Downey.
Tanner Martin.
I'm Tate Waller.
We are Hilltop Artists. We are Hilltop Artists.
Hilltop Artists.
Does anybody have any questions? Oh, it's not as much as you would think. I think it's about $500 a month for each of the furnaces. Not as much as you would think. She's making a marble. They were going to make a goblet later on. It's going to have a marble in the stem. Marble, M-A-R-B-E-L-E. So in the center workbench, Gabe, the man sitting at the workbench, is flattening the bottom of that vase. So the part that sits on the table is sticking out. The part you put flowers in is still stuck to the pipe. So we're going to transfer that vase now from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. Glassblowing has been around for about 2,000 years. It started in the Middle East, and since the 60s, there's been a resurgence here in America. I mean, people have been blowing glass straight ahead for 2,000 years, but starting in the 1960s, there's been a resurgence here in America. So Gabe's going to take his tweezers, dip them in water, just drip a little water on the where he wants the glass to break. He's going to give the pipe a little tap, and off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. As Gabe in the center puts the finishing touches on this vase, Sayuri over on the left is starting the next one. So it's a little bit of an assembly line. We're starting him on the bench on the left and finishing him in the center bench. Over on the right, Jack in the red hat is blowing some drinking glasses into a mold. Has anybody got any questions? Questions are free. Yes. She's making a marble that we're going to be using later, and we're going to put the marble in the stem of a goblet. And that'll probably happen sometime later this afternoon. When we're finished, we let it cool down to about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, it's hard. Yeah. And we put it in one of these big black ovens. We heat that oven up to 890 degrees. Put all the work we make during the day in there, and then at night, it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight.
From 890 to room temperature.
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool. Yeah.
Sometime in the
yeah, we were saying like we were thinking of like when people do metal work and they like put it in water immediately.
No, it's
but
got to
it's
be.
not like that with
No,
glass. Right?
it's got to be slow. So over on the right, you can see Jack straightening out the sides of the drinking glass. In the center, Gabe in the black hat is cleaning up the neck of the vase. So the vase that Gabe is making is green. The color that you're seeing is distorted by the heat. You're seeing kind of the orange glow of the heat plus the green of the vase. When that cools off, it'll be green with the white dots. So the vase we're making in the center is almost done. We're going to carry it to the annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Now Sayuri is going to roll her bubble over the little sticks and dots of glass. They'll stick to the surface. And then she's going to put it back in the fire and melt those into the surface. And those will eventually become the decoration that you see on the sides of the vases. In the center, Jack is heating up the bottom of that glass. Make it soft. He's going to take a brass stamp and stamp the Hilltop logo. These young people that are working today are from the Hilltop Artists program. in the Tacoma Public Schools. The museum has a close relationship with that program, and once a year they come here and make the vases to sell at their annual fundraiser. This year, the fundraiser is going to be October 4th. It's going to be held at the Hotel Murano here in Tacoma, and will raise money for the Hilltop Artists program.
Yeah, I have like supreme faith that those are gonna stick to the Kevlar. So I don't know.
Do you guys have any questions? sorts of stuff, but mostly pre-2000.
Oh yeah.
Had some problem with this thing. I offered my iPod and they were not happy. When Gabe holds the glass up in the air like that, it makes the shape shorter and wider. As Gabe shapes the glass in the center, his assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. On the little form, there's a space for you to write something about your picture, and a good story goes a long way towards winning. So don't skip that part. If you have a good story, sometimes a good story is better than a good drawing. Just two of the people here. Gabe, sitting at the center bench with the black hat. Oh, and three of them, actually. Sarah and Sayuri, who's got the glass right now, and Sarah, who's somewhere around here.
Your team, and then the rest of these people are the
They're all Hilltop, yeah. We're going to make a goblet, and it's going to have a marble in the stem. Sarah and Sayuri and Gabe are museum people, and everybody else is from, I don't know. That's called little sticks of glass and a torch on the table. Yep. Hotter than you get. Yeah, no problem. That's why we're here. Good luck with the drawing. We have a little video showing what we've done with something. Would you like to see that? Can we play the kids' design video? So this is our contest for kids.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glassblowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So it's a contest for kids. Any kid 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. If you walk out of the hot shop and look to your left, you'll see a little glassed-in arts and crafts room. Just go in there. We have the entry forms and all the paper and crayons and stuff to make the drawing. So we're just finished with our vase in the center. We're going to break it off the metal pipe, and we're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll cool slowly overnight. We'll soften a spot on the bottom of the vase and stamp it with the Hilltop Artists logo. And take it over to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Hilltop Artists. So if you came in a little later, the museum is honored to host the Hilltop Artists program from the Tacoma Public Schools. Here in Tacoma, you can learn glassblowing in the public schools. It starts in middle school at Hilltop Heritage Middle School, and then continues at Wilson, no, it's not Wilson anymore, Silas High School. Silas used to be Wilson, and Hilltop Heritage used to be Jason Lee. We're working with the young people from the Hilltop program to make these vases, and these vases are going to be sold at their annual fundraising luncheon to raise money for the Hilltop program. So in the center, Gabe is shaping the glass. Gabe is the man with the black hat. One of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe shapes it. Now Gabe is squeezing the glass using a tool called the jacks and making a narrow part for the neck of the vase and leaving the back end bulbous. That's going to be the body of the vase. Gabe is squeezing the glass and making a little notch in it. That notch is the place where he'll be able to break the vase away from the metal pipe once he's done shaping. The tool in his hand is called the jacks, and making that little notch is called jacking it down. Has anybody got any questions? Gabe's heating up the glass in the round oven called the glory hole. We keep it at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And it makes the glass soft so that Gabe can shape it. The Hilltop Artists program has been around for 27 years. It was started by Kathy Kaepernick and Dale Chihuly. And the kids get to learn glass blowing in the public schools, which I find kind of amazing. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly so it doesn't break. So whatever we make, we put in one of these big black ovens, and we cool it down slowly overnight. And if you look to the far right, that's the stuff that we made yesterday. So they open the oven and it's just starting to cool off. Everything we make today will go into the big black oven on the opposite side, and it won't be cool till tomorrow. Today at 1 o'clock, Kimberly Keith, the director of the Hilltop program, will be coming here, and she's going to give a talk here in the hot shop about the program. And so that should be pretty interesting. That'll be here in the hot shop at 1 o'clock. Does anybody have any questions? Questions are free. No? Do you have any questions, sir? Drinking glasses, that's a separate operation. Chris, we're going to make the goblet after we finish this vase. So goblet anatomy, I think that was it. That's it. So now we're going to transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Yes. Put them on that table, and then we roll the glass over it, the dot sticks that we melted in. Those are called marine. So guys, he's going to roll it on. See the little pieces of glass stick to the surface? And when he puts it in the fire, they'll melt in. There'll be dots on the surface. So now Gabe's going to stretch out the glass at the top of the vase. He's grabbing it with those tweezers. And then he's going to take a pair of shears. He's going to cut off that thick part right at the top. Gabe's widening the opening at the top of the vase. The tool in his hand is called the jacks, those metal tongs. And he's rolling against the inside. As he presses against the inside, the glass is soft. It makes the opening wide. All the colors you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. That vase is going to be green when it cools off, but it doesn't look very green right now. Once Gabe has the neck of the vase all squared away, we're going to blow a little air into the front end and make the shape a little rounder and fuller. So the vase in the center is almost done. We're going to take it off the metal rod, and we're going to place it in a special oven called the Annealing Oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. They put little chips of glass on that metal table, and they roll the glass over it, little chips of glass melt into the surface. Drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. We'll take the torch and soften a little spot on the base, and then we're going to take a metal stamp and stamp the Hilltop Artists logo into the base. We'll take the vase over to our annealing oven, the big black oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Hilltop Artists. So we're going to change up here in the center. We're going to do a little different project. We're going to be making a goblet, a glass goblet, but we're going to, one of the Hilltop artists, Mackenzie, has made a special marble, and we're going to include the special marble in the stem of the goblet. So the marble is already made. It's sitting in this silver oven over here, staying warm. And we're going to make a goblet and include the marble that Mackenzie made. When we make a fancy goblet like this, we make the bowl, the part you drink out of first. We'll put it into that silver oven, the garage, keep it warm. Then we'll start to build the stem and the foot, and we'll pull the bowl out and stick it on top. So Gabe is blowing the bubble for the bowl of the goblet. He's dipped the steel pipe in clear glass, and now he's starting to blow it up. Standing next to Gabe is Mackenzie, the young artist who made the marble. So Sarah, sitting to the left of the bench, she's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So this bubble that they're making right now is going to become the bowl of the goblet. Gabe is taking the jacks and making a little notch in the glass. That notch is the place where he'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once he's done shaping. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Well, we're not making sets right now, so we don't care. But if we do care, then we just take some calipers, and take a measurement off one, and then blow it till it's almost there, and just adjust it till it's right.
Got any scissors up here?
Down here.
No love?
No.
It's all good. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna go cut this off so it doesn't trail off.
Just use the Glassblowing.
Will they cut it? Yeah. Okay.
Sarah over there is blowing, inflating the glass slightly as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. He's going to scratch a little circle so he knows where the center is. Sarah is going to bring him a little dab of molten glass. We're going to wind it on. We call that a bit, B-I-T. And she's going to bring him a second little dab. Or a second bit, we call it. And Gabe's going to shape that glass into a little spindle shape, which goes on the bottom of the bowl. So that would be this part right here, and it's called an avolio, A-V-O-L-I-O. Hardest thing in the world for Gabe to make. So right now, the pipe is attached here, the part where you would drink out of. We're going to take another steel pipe. We're going to grab the goblet from underneath, and we're going to break it off, and then we'll open that up. Sayuri is coming over with what we call the punty. This second steel rod is going to act as a temporary handle to hold the bowl of the goblet from the bottom while we shape the top. We stick the punty on. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When he feels that's stuck, we break it off the original pipe. So the bowl was attached here. Now it's attached here. Now we can spread the opening at the top. Sometimes when we break it off, a little chip of glass falls into the bowl. So you see Gabe hold it upside down and tap it so that we get the little chip to fall out. Glass at the very edge of the bowl, right around here, is always a little bit thick. So Gabe's going to take his tweezers, stretch it out a little bit, and trim some of it off. So he just grabs it with those tweezers, crimps it a little bit and stretches it. Takes the shears and cuts that thick part off. So we'll have a nice thin edge to drink out of. Does anybody have any questions? Hi, how are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Good. You guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? We're going to add a little decorative stripe to the bowl. Sayuri's going to get a little clear glass out of our big furnace. She'll bring it over to Gabe. Gabe will cut it to a little nice tight point. And just apply a little decorative stripe. So that'll be like, it'll be one of the stripes like you see here. He's going to widen the opening a little bit with the tool called the jacks. Now the glass is very thin, so it cools off pretty quickly. So he's got to heat it up, do whatever shaping he can while it's still soft, and then goes back to that big round oven and heats it up again. So the bowl is finished. We're going to take it off that metal rod. We're going to place it in this silver oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and stick it on top. So we'll put the bowl in the garage. We'll stay warm and toasty until we're ready to attach it. So next thing we're going to do is start to build the stem of the goblet. Stem will be this part right here. We're going to make a somewhat different stem. We're going to use a marble that one of the Hilltop artists made, Mackenzie, in the overalls at the over by the glass, by the glory hole. So earlier in the day, she made this marble. We've been keeping it warm in the garage, and we're going to use it to make part of the stem. Has anybody got any questions? The Hilltop Artists program is a program in the Tacoma Public Schools where kids can actually learn to blow glass. They start in middle school and they go on through high school. It's at the Hilltop Heritage Middle School, where it used to be called Jason Lee, and the Silas High School, which used to be Wilson. Yes. 2,300 degrees. 2,300 degrees. So we're going to build this stem from the top down. So this will be this optic, this ridged ball. That'll be the first element of the stem. So over on the left, Sayuri in the black shirt and khaki shorts. She's got the marble. We've been keeping it in the garage. Now Sayuri is warming it up. So Sarah, to the right, is dipping into our furnace. She's got a little blob of molten glass called a bit. She brings it to Gabe. Gabe winds it on. He'll flatten it out a little bit to make a disc. And now we're going to add the marble that Mackenzie made. Anybody have any questions? Yes. Speak a little. It's natural gas. So Sarah's going to come over and bring another little bit of molten glass to Gabe in the center. He's going to put another little clear disc underneath the marble. You just wind it on. heat it up a little bit, and then he's going to shape. So we're building the stem of the goblet sort of from the top down. So we had first the little optic ball, little ridge ball, then the marble. Now we're putting a little disc under that. So Sarah is blowing another bubble, and we're going to use it to make a hollow part for the stem. So this is going to go underneath our fancy marble. Sarah's going to get our bubble really hot and soft. Going to hold it up in the air. We'll attach it. Gabe will cut it off. Anybody got any questions? Over on the right, Jack is making some drinking glasses. Jack is the man in the red hat. On what you're gathering over. So at first you just get a little blob like this, and then you blow it up and you dip it in again, you get more. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. So Gabe is shaping the hollow part of the stem. We're going to add another disc. Each time we dab on a little molten glass like that, it's called bringing a bit, B-I-T. So that sort of completes our stem. This part of the glass. Now we're going to make the foot. We're going to make what's called a blown foot. It's a traditional Venetian style foot. Sarah is going to blow another bubble. We're going to drip it on, and it's a little bit complicated, but I'll narrate it as it goes. Sarah is making the second bubble. Sarah is the woman standing behind the steel table. Sarah's going to get her bubble really hot and soft. She's going to hold it in the air. We'll let it droop onto the stem. And Gabe's going to cut it off in a big teardrop shape. We're going to heat up that teardrop, and we're going to cut that in half. This is a classical way that they make the feet of goblets in Venice. Gabe's going to give that teardrop a little squeeze, and we're going to bust off the pointy part of the teardrop. That leaves us with a little hollow sphere with a hole in the end. We're going to spread that out, and that will be the foot. So this is very classical Venetian-style glass blowing, or sometimes you hear it referred to as Murano. Murano is a little island off of Venice where the glass blowing is centered. So you can call it Venetian or Murano, doesn't really matter. Starting in 1978, a number of Venetian masters came to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work pretty much in the style that they work with in Venice. We blow a bubble of clear glass, and we heat up a chunk of colored glass, and we coat them with the colored glass. We're holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the foot nice and flat so it'll sit nicely on the table. So next thing we're going to do is transfer the stem and the foot to another rod called the punty. So we'll grab it from the bottom. Then the top of the stem will be exposed. We'll grab the bowl out of this oven and stick it on top. So Sayuri in the center in the khaki shorts, she's made the punty. She's heating the tip of it so it's nice and sticky. She's going to bring it to Gabe. Gabe will attach it, and then we'll break the stem off the original pipe. So this second steel rod was just a temporary handle to hold that assembly while we assemble the goblet. So now we're ready to stick on the bowl. This is going to happen very quickly. Gabe will sit down at the workbench with the foot and the stem. One of the glass blowers will come over put the tiniest little dab of molten glass on top of the stem, and another glass blower will come over with the bowl and stick it on top. Sarah has the bowl. It's in the garage. Sarah's got it on a metal rod, ready to assemble. So here comes Sayuri with a little dab of molten glass. We call it the glue bit. Followed quickly by Sarah with the bowl. That hot glass will join the two parts together. We'll tap lightly on the metal rod, and our goblet is assembled. We'll heat it up once or twice more and just make sure everything's on there straight, and then we'll put it in our annealer to cool slowly overnight. It's about 1:45. At 1 o'clock, we're going to have our talk. Kimberly Keith, the director of the Hilltop Artists program. She'll tell you all about these young people, what they do with them. It should be very interesting. They'll be here in the hot shop. Once again, we'll use a little water to crack the joint between the goblet and the metal rod. A little tap. Whoop, we're going to try that again. Once again, we'll take those tweezers and we'll drip a little water on the joint. Here we go. Give the pipe a little tap. Oh! Whoop. That wasn't supposed to happen. But Sarah's picked up the bowl, and we're going to try attaching it again. All the heating and of the glass, it's very finicky. If you don't do it just right, it doesn't work. But we are not deterred. We shall persevere. I think we're going to blow another bowl. I think maybe that bowl was damaged when it fell off. So one good thing is we have 2,000 pounds of molten glass. So if we mess it up, we just make another one. If you can't handle disappointment, glass blowing is not the art form for you. Anybody have any questions? To shape it. So Sarah is blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass while Gabe shapes it. Hi, how are you guys? Good, how are you? Good. You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know?
Earlier they mentioned something about someone bringing over art painted to us in 78.
Oh.
Is that 1878?
No, there's 1978. That's when the Venetian masters came to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans.
That's the year I graduated. I know. And I'm like, well, in high school I went to see it, really. I saw Glassblowing. It was brand new, I think, then. But it wasn't obviously these Venetian.
In Michigan.
Huh? No, the Glassblowing's 2,000 years old.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So it didn't just start.
Didn't just start now, no.
But these are masters,
Yes, from Italy that came over and gave some knowledge to the American artists like me.
There's a school about 80 miles north of here called the Pilchuk Glass School.
Yeah.
And that's they invited these Venetian masters to come to that school and teach the young Americans.
Is that Pilchuk as in near Mount Pilchuk?
No, and it's not near the Pilchuk River either. I'm not really.
I live in Marysville.
I know it's on a tree farm between Stanwood and Arlington. But I don't know why they call it Pilchuk, but it's not near anything Pilchuk.
Pilchuk is visible from there.
So, he brought what?
Was Julie the one who primarily brought the glass blowing to the Northwest?
No.
Okay. He just benefited from your presence here?
Yeah, he grew up here and then he came back. He was teaching at the Rhode Island School of Design, then he came back and settled in Seattle. He's been working there ever since. So we're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the Punty, P-U-N-T-Y. So right now the bowl of the goblet is attached here. We're going to grab it from underneath, break it off, open that top up. doesn't leave.
Okay.
We're going to lead you down there.
Okay, what time is it?
Well, it's whenever they finish the job.
Okay, then I'll come down and
Are you going to introduce her?
we'll chat later. But so we'll need to. Sorry, we'll need to.
Chris. Hey, Walt. Oh, hi, Chris Cabella. Oh, he didn't tell me, but no one tells me. So we're widening the opening on the goblet bowl. So we'll put that in the garage. We'll keep it warm. The stem is already made. If you were here a little earlier, we had a little trouble with the bowl falling off. But this time we made a new bowl and we're going to attach it. So we take the bowl to the garage. The garage is the silver oven with the curved side. We'll place it in there and keep it warm. And now we're going to so we're warming up the stem. And we're going to now once again try to assemble the goblet. Goblets are tricky. They're one of the hardest things we do here at the museum. Gabe has the foot and the stem. So it looks like maybe there's a little damage to the stem last time. So we may have to fix that. So we're going to cut off that optic ball. It got a little damaged when the bowl broke off. We're going to have to put a new one on top, I think. When we finish this goblet, we're going to have Kimberly Keith, the director of the Hilltop Artists program, the program that all these kids go to, and she's going to tell you about the program. It's been going on for 27 years, and a lot of these kids have gone through the program and gone on to be professional glass blowers. Point an example, Jack in the red hat. He went through the program. He's 19 or 20 now, and he's working in glass. So Gabe is heating up the very top of the stem. We'll make it soft and sticky. We'll take the bowl. We'll attach it. Give the steel pipe a little tap. Ooh. We'll heat it up once or twice more. Make sure everything's on there straight. And we'll put it in our annealer to cool slowly overnight. So this goblet is a collaboration between Gabe, sitting at the bench, and Mackenzie in the overalls. She made the fancy marble that's in the middle of the stem. Just making sure now that everything is on there straight. Okay, let's have a big hand for Mackenzie and Gabe Feenan. So now we're going to have our talk. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Sarah Warner, the education person here at the museum, and she'll introduce Kimberly.
Hello, everybody. Wow, that's loud. So, hi, I'm Susan. I'm the curator of education here at Museum of Glass. And, wow, we are always so delighted to have the Hilltop Artists here in our studio. Museum of Glass has a long relationship with the artists. Give them a hand here, yeah? And it's always the high point of our year to work on the wonderful centerpieces for their fundraiser coming up October 4th. And hi, Chris. Nice to see you. Chris Taylor from Pilchuk Glass School here. We're delighted to have you. And I have to tell you that I have known Kim Keith, the director of the Hilltop Artists program, for over 20 years. We've been professional colleagues. Yes. We met at the Children's Museum in Seattle, where we were both employed in the education program. And so, and then of course, Kim came over here to the Museum of Glass in 2001, and she and I were founding members of the education department here at the museum. So Kim has a long and distinguished career. She has a BA from Evergreen State College with a focus on art history and studio art. And then she went on to get a Master's of Nonprofit Leadership from Seattle University in 2004. And then she went to London and got her PhD in psychology at Goldsmiths University of London, researching how US and UK practitioners develop and engage diverse audiences in relation to disparate organizational cultures and strategic policies. In addition to that, she is a trustee on the board of Black Culture Archives in the Brixton area of South London, and she also volunteers for the Oasis Youth Center. And you can see from Kim's long history, her devotion to working with youth in education, and she's traveled the world, and she chooses to live in her hometown of Tacoma. Kim, it's always a pleasure to have you here. Here, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susan. Susan Warner, give it up for Susan Warner. Susan Warner is the reason why I came to the Museum of Glass back in 2001. Susan and I worked at the Children's Museum of Seattle in the late 90s, and then she was asked to come here to be the education director, and then she invited me here to be the associate director of programs. And so I am ever thankful for her for introducing me to glass in this glass community. And now I am with Hilltop Artists, where we use glass to connect young people from diverse social and economic backgrounds to better futures. Some of those kids are getting there on the third bench. That's Jack and Lily and Jonathan, about to put something in the box. Excellent. So, Hilltop Artists, we are a youth development nonprofit organization here in Tacoma. Good job, Jack. We were co-founded in 1994 by Dale Chihuly and Kathy Kaparick, who was a local gallerist. And Dale and Kathy had seen that in Tacoma there were a lot of young people just hanging out without much to do. And so they thought, let's give them a place to be. And so they asked the school district to use an old wood shop at Jason Lee Middle School, and they had 4 couches and some art activities, and that's how it started, with 20 kids and 4 couches, and now we work with 650 kids a year, and we have 6 different programs and lots of stuff going on. So I'm going to show you a video next to give you an idea of what it is that we do. Okay, Chris, I am tapping the play. There we go. Are we going to have? But there's no audio. Right on.
Oftentimes people come into the program, they look at 12-year-olds blowing glass and they're like, who thought this was a good idea? But if you set the expectation high for these kids, so many of them will reach that expectation and go beyond.
The Hilltop Artists program for glassblowing gives you something to look forward to at the end of the day.
Being involved in arts has really helped me stay focused, because I really connected with it and I like it.
We've learned a lot of stuff, most of the stuff I make in here, like cups and bowls, I can use at home, and I've never been able to do that before.
What we do in working in the glass world is a very small community of people. But I think one of the things that this place does is it shows you that there's a larger, role that you can play in the community.
Before I took this glassblowing course, I did not consider myself an artist. I didn't think I was an artist. I didn't like the arts. I thought it was kind of phony. But coming into this class, I really learned how to express myself, and I was able to create things that I truly thought were beautiful. Just from my first gather, I knew it was something that I wanted to identify with and do whatever it takes to continue doing that for the rest of my life.
the program just goes kind of a step beyond what most programs do. Yes, we're an art program teaching 21st century skills in a school environment, but then we're also connecting these kids to all the social programs that they need.
Last year I was going through some stuff and I came here and I felt secure. Art has always been kind of my way of coping through everything, and glassblowing is like everything to me now. So,
you know, a lot of the students that I work with, the population that I work with, it's a big deal for them to even come to school, to show up to school.
As much as we use glass to hook the kids and to get the kids to come up in here every day, that's not really why we're here. Our goal isn't to turn all of these students into glass artists and, you know, populate the world with more glass art, but it's to, you know, make them better citizens and hopefully find something in themselves that they didn't see before.
So I started the program when I was 12. Growing up, it was really hard. I went through a lot, and glass was always my go-to. This is my home. It's my family. Being that struggling kid, and then now being on the other side and being able to be there for the kids, it's a really cool feeling.
We've become sort of a family in here, and we help them through that tough time of being 12 up to 19 years old. So
it's a really friendly place. All the teachers really nice. It's like another family that you can have.
I think it's made me a better person because I'm excited to go to school.
Feeling like they're creative is an important skill, I think, these days, in order to, with the changing world and the economy and everything the way it is, to be able to constantly, you know, create a problem solver, reinvent yourself. I think that's what art does, and I think it's one of the wonderful skills that it provides these kids. Within a couple of weeks, they're making these beautiful objects that they take home, and their family and their friends see them and are oohing and eyeing and wondering, like, you made that? How did you even do that? That's amazing. So suddenly there's this pride in what they're doing, and you know, they've overcome this fear of the heat and the kind of the intimidation factor of the glass blowing, and now they're actually creating things. And then as they stay involved with the program, they get to pass those skills on to their friends, show their friends what they know, mentor, and all those things. And so you can turn kids on to going to college. You can turn kids on to education in a way that they never thought was possible before. And I think that's the future that these kids have.
Thank you for adding that video, Chris. I love that we have video documentation of these students in their own world, in their own words, because I would like to note that 2016 Jacob Wilcox saying that he thought arts were phony and he didn't want to be a part of it. If we fast forward to 2022, Jacob Wilcox, who was just here, Jacob has graduated with a fine arts degree in glass from Alfred University. And now he is working at a neon studio in Seattle, and he will be teaching our students at Pilchuk Glass School this fall. And so what a difference 6 years makes, and we've got it all on tape, folks. And as Greg Piercy said in that video, Hilltop Artists is very much like a family, our students and our staff. And so I'd like to take a few minutes just to recognize the Hilltop family. These are some pictures of our students and staff. Some of them are here today. I really do enjoy the picture on the right, which is us cutting up in the governor's mansion in 2021, 6 weeks before we were closed for COVID. We received the Washington State Organization of the Year Award. And so what a year to be the mascot of, huh? But we were very proud of that and having fun at the governor's office. So you can see in that picture on the left, Dale Chihuly with some of our students who maybe you recognize if you've been around Hilltop Artists. We've got baby Trenton, baby Sam, baby Jessica, and then in the back we have baby Jason McDonald. And so for those of you who have been watching Blown Away, Jason McDonald was on season 2 of Blown Away. Trenton Kyocho was on the recently premiered season 3 of Blown Away, and we're really proud of them. The picture on the right, Tony Sorgenfree, who is our Wilson lead instructor, he was Susan and my first intern here at the Museum of Glass in the hot shop. And he's worked at Hilltop Artists for many years. I always say if we had an album, that would be our album cover photo. I call it Pachofi and the Jacks. They don't. I do. It's my screensaver in my office. We have Sam and Sasha, Greg, who taught at Hilltop Artists for 26 years. He retired last year. He taught every Hilltop Artist. We've got Jason and Monique. These are the people that make everything happen. Jessica Hogan, our program director. Luis Sanchez, who you saw out here earlier. He's a flame working instructor after school and production. Trenton, who I had mentioned before, he is an instructor in our after school and team production programs. And as I said, we're a family and we're kind of each one teach one at Hilltop. And so that photo on the left is really about the generations. Greg taught Tony and Tony taught Trenton, and Trenton is teaching the students now. And so it's all super exciting. Here we are at Pilchuk. That is Jacob. And then, as you saw earlier, Doug Burgess is an alumni, and he is a staff person now. 7 of our 9 instructors are alumni of our program. And so we're really proud of that. I think everybody in the right just about is here. Daria, Trenton, Doug. And like I said, we do different programs. And so we do daytime electives at both Hilltop Heritage Middle School and Silas High School, which were Jason Lee and Wilson. And so if you're a student attending those schools, you can take a daytime elective art credit. And in that time, you would learn flame working, fusion, and hot glass. And so an 18-week semester is divided into 3 different sections, 6 weeks of each of those types of production art. And then if you really liked fusion, then next semester you could take 12 weeks of fusion and 6 weeks of something else and just keep going with us. And so that's at the middle school and the high school level. We also have visiting artists who come to our daytime program. That is Jason Christian in the center at the bench, and he came and made some of those Reticello umbrellas that are on the left, and then on the right that's a dragon, and he made all the pieces of that dragon during a daytime program, like a week-long daytime program with our students. We have guest artists that come for winter warmers and evening programs. We have Martin Yanetsky on the left, Joe Rosano doing the school project in the center, and then that's Dante with Jack, who made the last piece over on the third bench here just a few minutes ago. We have after-school programs at both the middle and high school level. Students from anywhere are welcome to come to these programs as long as they can get to our location, they can attend if they're from any public school. And so these programs go from 3:15 to 4:30, and we welcome students from all over. We get homeschool kids, we get like grandparents who drive their kids from the Franklin Pierce School District over to our locations. And they do that because this is the only program, you know, where you can have this. And I know I didn't mention it already, but all of our programs are tuition free. And so if you're 12 and up and you want to learn to blow glass, you can come and you can learn to blow glass and make glass for free at Hilltop Artists. These are some of my favorites, especially in the middle. I am a huge fan of waffles. And the waffle on that plate, that's a glass waffle You can come see that in my office if you want to see it sometime. And then those are actual edible waffles, and the same with apples. We do that, and we pumpkins, edible and non-edible. We love the food, especially at the after-school program. We have summer glass arts, and that is once again at the middle and high school level at both studios. Any students from anywhere are welcome to take that. We have 3 classes in a day, 3 90-minute classes. And then at the middle school level, they're 2 weeks long. At the high school level, it's 4 weeks long. They're welcome, anybody's welcome to sign up for those. It's first come, first serve. And then a lot of people ask, what'd you do during COVID? Well, when we found out about the lockdown, I was like, yeah, I'm sad, you're sad, everybody's sad. We can cry for a week, and then 2 weeks after that, so in 3 weeks' time, I want to be up and running online. So let's put our heads together. And so we started doing a virtual program during COVID where we did glass-related, like history. Why Tacoma? Why Dale Chihuly? Why is Hilltop here? That kind of thing. And then doing different types of printing and mixed media art. So we had like painting with coffee and doing collage. And then we worked with Alchemy Skateboards to make skateboard decks. And then in the picture on the right, you can see those are activity kits. So it's like pens and paper and scissors and watercolor and stuff. And so our students could get the kit, and then they take that home, and then our instructors would be virtual, and then all the students would make art together. Arts Connect is a program that's very close to my heart. Back in 2001, before the Museum of Glass opened, Susan and I created a program called the Raymond Hall Women's Project, where we worked with young women who are incarcerated at our Pierce County Youth Facility. And I would go in and teach in maximum security detention, and then when the girls got on probation, they would come here to the museum and then do volunteer work as docents. In 2009, that program was taken over to Hilltop Artists. In 2010, it was renamed Arts Connect. And then the probation part, the outside part, was kept as the program. And so now we run 8 10-week sessions each year for young women in dependency, so the civil side of the court, in foster care and truancy, and then for girls in the diversion side of the court, the criminal side of the court. And so they can take the Arts Connect classes in lieu of being incarcerated. And so we work with about 120 girls each year in this program. It's run by Sasha Tepper-Stewart, and that's her with bags going out during COVID to the outreach, or to the Arts Connect girls. We also do outreach services. We provide full wraparound services for any students who need that. Williams Pellegrin is our outreach manager. We have lots of students who need support with food, clothing, shelter, getting glasses, you name it, tutoring support. And Williams works with a variety of social service agencies to get all of that needed support for our students. And then he's also in the classroom and on site and does counseling. He's an MSW, he does counseling with our students. If a student takes the daytime classes and after school and summer and really has been bitten by the glass bug and they want to continue, they are invited onto team production. And so we have 3 different types of team production. We have regular team production, and that is for kids 14 to 18 years old. We have Friday production, which is that same age student, but advanced skills, and then alumni team, and so that's 18 and up. And so these young people, just like what you're seeing today, they're producing the centerpieces that we will sell at our annual luncheon, and then that funding from the centerpieces will go back into the program. That funding will help to pay the stipends for the students who make the work. So it's very much a virtuous circle how this works. As the students progress in the program, they learn more and more skills. So for example, Jack, who was at the third bench, the last student that was making a goblet, he started with us when he was 12, and he's 20 now. He has a piece in the Gather exhibition. You saw him working with Dante Marione in one of those pictures. He is quite an established artist in his own right, or emerging artist in his own right, and he is an excellent assistant, and so he has been asked to work in a number of studios in the Seattle-Tacoma area. And so our production program helps our students build their vocational skills so that they can continue producing either their own work or with others in the area. These are some pictures of them doing production, because we do production flame working, which is like right here, so making beads like I am modeling today on my necklace and earrings, as well as hot glass, making Christmas ornaments. Ornaments and pumpkins are the most popular things. Like I said, there's people, maybe even you, buying pumpkins at the luncheon there. And then there's Julian making a pumpkin. Little known, or maybe widely known, I don't know, factoid about pumpkins. We sell 400 pumpkins at the luncheon, and we sell another 350 pumpkins through the pumpkin patches, which Tacoma Glassblowing Studio does pumpkin patches from like Everett all the way down to Olympia in different garden centers. And so 750 pumpkins a year. Amazing. And you know that's because you can't just have one. Okay, Sally has 10. Between my mother and I, we have 7. Chris, you have 3? Yeah, come on, there's no shame. 4, 5. See, 2, 7. See, because that's the thing about a pumpkin. You can't just have a pumpkin, you have to have a pumpkin patch, right? And then every year, you get these different color combinations. And then some of them are like really tall and pointy, and some are squatty, and they're gorgeous. So I'm with you all. Okay, Chris, are you watching me? Because there's another video coming, and you might have to play that from in the box. Thanks.
My name is David Rios, and I'm a Hilltop artist. I am an alumni.
Can you turn that
I've
up?
been part of this program ever since I was in 8th grade. Why do I love Hilltop Artists? There's so many reasons why I support Hilltop Artists. It's a home for many students, a place, a safe zone where we can express ourselves freely without being worried about how we're seen. The staff, my God, the staff is incredible. They are able to connect youth with a diverse array of staff members. If you're having home problems, there's someone there. If you can't find food to eat, there's someone there at Hilltop Artists to help you, guide you, so you won't be lost. And that's why I love Hilltop Artists. They've done just an incredible job of bringing together the right community with the youth that we have going through these steps. What I miss about being in the Hot Shop studio is the vibes, the positivity. I've been in numerous hot shops now, and the atmosphere that Hilltop Artists creates is like none other. Back in 2015, when I was graduating from high school, I was awarded an ambassador scholarship to go to Biot, France with Hilltop Artists. Bonjour, je m'appelle David. This was the first time that I or any of my family had ever left the United States to go to Europe. It was an incredible moment for me, and I can't express how grateful I was for that opportunity and how it really opened my eyes. One story that I really wanted to focus on was failure. Oh man, I messed up a lot. Now, this is a story to many young glassblowers. Don't let failure ever put you down. The first few days that I was there with Antoine Pirini, I broke a lot of pieces. Now, I brought over a punty, and as we remember, the punty is just a transfer rod to a glass piece that can make it really, it's a really make or break situation. I wasn't really bringing over the best punties, and I believe like 7 or 8 pieces broke all in one day, back to back. And man, it was a moment where you feel like you don't belong. It's a moment where you feel that you weren't meant for this. It's a moment where you almost want to just like cry and go back home. But failure is just part of the process. It's okay. No one's perfect. You're just gonna stand back up and do better. I'm happy to say that the rest of the days after the first few days, we were able to make a lot. Now, I'm not saying we did an amazing job, but at least I was able to adapt and change. And that's something that I learned right here in this school and in this hot shop, is being able to adapt and change and when you face adversity.
Okay, I don't know that you can like quantify how much I love David Rios. It's just not possible. David just turned 25, and last Saturday we watched him drive away to the Appalachian Center for Crafts at the University of Tennessee to begin his college career. And we also helped him to raise the scholarship funding to go there. And we are very, very proud of him. And David worked here with Walt. I don't know where Walt went. And Susan, he was an MC here at the Museum of Glass. He has been a part-time instructor at Hilltop Artists, and he is the most incredible young person. One of the most. They're all great. And I do have favorite kids. You people that are parents, I'm not a parent. And so I get to pick, from your kids who my favorites are. And definitely, David is one of those. On the right, that is a picture, that's Zach Cabella. Zach is our current BIAT ambassador. He's over with Antoine Pierini right now. And then after he is in France, he's gonna go to London for a week. I don't know if some people here were at the GAS conference, and so you might have seen James Devereaux and Louis Thompson. So Louis Thompson works for Peter Layton. Peter Layton is the elder statesman of glass in the UK. He's somebody that I met and formed a relationship with when I did my PhD. And so I would go to his studio frequently. Louis Thompson works at his studio. Louis was just at Pilchuk doing a residency, and he asked Zach if he could come to London for a week while he was in France, because it's so close. And so, yes, he is going to do that. But even better, I arranged for Zach to go to that studio 3 years ago on his family vacation. And so he already knows Bruce Marks and Peter Layton and some of the people he's going to get to work with again. And so I'm super, super proud of him. So he's going to go from France to London to Pilchuk to Western in the next 6 weeks. It's pretty exciting. I wish I had that jet-setting life right now. That would be really fun. Zach is working on one of the centerpieces from, I think that was 2020, 2 years ago. I know Neil has 3 of those. That's why I was looking at Neil. I think it was 2 years or 3 years ago. It was these that our students made at our studio. This is when the Museum of Glass Hot Shop was closed, and we did our centerpieces ourselves in our studio. And so that's all student and staff design. Super proud of them. Here's some other things that we do. I call those bacon wrapped snowmen, because the scarves kind of look like bacon to me. And then those are some of Luis's mini snowmen. And then on the right, those are Monkey Shines medallions. Some of you may or may not know that we work hard as the minions of Miss Monkey every year, and we make over 2,000 Monkey Shines to contribute to that big community art event at Lunar New Year in February. And so that's super exciting. One thing I love about Monkey Shines is that even beginning students on their first day can make a monkey shine. You know, it's a stamp and you work with another artist to bring the little gather over, and so it's very, very inclusive. I mentioned earlier about we have an alumni team, and that's for those that are 18 to 26, and we're flexible about the top end if you want to stay longer. But basically, during COVID, we had already been thinking about answering this question, what's next after you've been through Hilltop Artists? So we wanted to do a program for older students. Then COVID came around, and you couldn't have anybody under the age of 18 in a hot shop, or actually in a Tacoma school district building. And so we're like, okay, Tempus Fugit, no better time than the present to develop our alumni program. And so we did that in August of 2020. And so we started working with our older students. And so in addition to learning additional techniques and doing production for us and earning a stipend, they also learn things like how to write an artist statement, how to write a bio, how to work with a bank to set up a business bank account, how to think about creating a saleable item for like craft fairs and gift shows and stuff like that. And so it's an entrepreneurial side of our program. And so you can see some of the things that have come out of that, these lovely terrariums. And then the stripy bowls, and those circular ones are actually vases with little 1-inch openings on the top. Chris, there's another video coming up.
So Hilltop is a lot more than just a glass program. And going through middle school and high school, it was just a safe community center where you can be yourself and make art. I am Jack Spitzer, and I am a student in the Hilltop Artists program. This year we're making centerpieces for our annual luncheon. This year for our centerpieces I designed the bowls with the help of the instructors, and we are making assorted low bowl shapes. The bowls are going to have 2 bubbles that get joined together to make the bowl, and that's called an encalmo. The bottom half of the bowl is a roller wrap in a solid color, and the top half is a transparent that matches that color, and the lip wrap matches the bottom color wrap. When I was in middle school and I started in the Hilltop Artists program, and I loved it, and I moved into the after-school program. You know, I enjoy woodworking and working on cars and glassblowing, so I'm super hands-on, and I really enjoy challenging things, skilled, you know, the woodworking, fine woodworking, and the technical mechanics, and glassblowing is extremely technical and skillful, and that's really what attracts me to it, is being really good and kind of being able to control the bubble. I learned from older kids in the program that were mentors, and that's kind of what happens when you go through the program, is you kind of start as a student and kind of work your way up, and you really become a mentor to the younger kids. And I try to do my best to be a positive, you know, influence and kind of role member to the younger kids. And I learned that from the museum team, you know, because that's kind of what they do to us. They are mentors, and they, you know, teach us glassblowing and communication and teamwork. And it's really important in the hot shop to have good communication and teamwork. And if you watch us, you'll notice we're always talking and communicating about timing and the process and what's next, and, you know, starting the next piece before we finish the final product. This year, I have decided I am going to pursue glassblowing and be a glassblower and live the dream. So, got to figure out how to do it, and you know, those are just the small details. But it's been yeah, kind of trying to, you know, think about pursuing glass or not, and I think at this point I kind of have to. I enjoy it so much. I have to try to do it.
Yeah, those are just the trivial details, you know, figuring that out. You had the pleasure of seeing Jack earlier, and I think he'll be here afterwards. I think it's interesting when he was talking about being a role model and, you know, him learning from the Museum of Glass crew and being an example and whatnot, because I was here chatting with Eddie, who's one of the young people out here earlier. We were in the audience, and they leaned over and they're like, look at Jack. He's standing there, and it looks like he's not doing anything, but he's doing everything because he's paying attention and he's tuned in and he's part of the team, and I want to be just like that. And so I was like, right on, Eddie. And then I was just saying to, I think it was Monique, or it might have even been Susan, about Eddie. It's like we have two 14-year-olds out there right now, and one of them is the future of glassmaking. Watch them. Because they are tuned in and they are serious at a very young age. They have this opportunity to learn with us for at least 8 years. And so I am very excited to watch Eddie's journey. We also do special projects and community events. We donate to the Empty Bowls fundraiser for the Emergency Food Network. We open our studio for studio tour as part of Tacoma Arts Month each year. That's in October, I believe. This year it's October 15th that will be open. And if you sign up first, you can make a paperweight with one of our students. We did an installation at Idaho Base Camp near Sun Valley. And then we also did an installation at Mary Bridge Children's Hospital. And so these are some of the different things that we do. Every third Thursday, you can find us here at the Museum of Glass from 5 to 8 p.m. doing our demos. Very occasionally, you can find me and the artist Kate Rhodes at some of our local Tacoma libraries doing fused glass tile workshops. If you're interested in that, our own Haley Abella is doing that activity in the education studio today. And then Arts Night Out was just last week. So the first Tuesday in August, we do Arts Night Out. And it's in sync with America's Night Out Against Crime. And so we do invite fire people and police people to join us, but we have a DJ and free food and t-shirt making and all sorts of really fun things for the community. Once again, we offer that free to our community. And it's my understanding that this year's event, our 13th year of doing this event, was our biggest. We had just over 400 people that came, so children and family, and so that was really wonderful. And then we worked with 8 different agencies in our youth serving agencies network. So we all work with the courts, and so they all had tents and taught people about different programs in the community. One of the most exciting things that we do are our Pilchuk Residencies, which we've been doing. I started in May 2017. We started these in September 2017. So it just preceded Chris by a little bit. I worked with James Baker, the previous director, getting these started, but this is so exciting. We take about anywhere from 15 to 25 students to Pilchuk for 3 days, 2 nights, and then they get to work with the resident artists that are there. So exciting. This fall, we're gonna work with Jacob Wilcox and Danny Kays, who are Hilltop alumni, who are neon professionals, and they're going to do neon making in the somewhat brand new neon studio at Pilchuk. Super exciting. I'm just like so excited. That picture on the left is Cedric Mitchell working with John Wright. And then in the center, or on the right, that's Raya Friday. next to me doing casting. And so, I mean, these are really great, incredible artists that our students get to work with. Other programs that we're working with are Crafting the Future. Crafting the Future is an organization that's about 2.5 years old. What they do is provide scholarships for BIPOC students to go to craft schools all across America. This summer, they paid for 12 of our students to go to different craft schools across the country, and that's all expenses. That's flights, it's accommodation, it's tuition, it's everything. We talked about Biot. We send an ambassador or two to Biot, France to work with Antoine Pierini every summer for 2 to 3 weeks. We're working with Autonama, which is a group in Murano, Italy, to start an exchange program. This one, unfortunately, our first exchange was going to be in May of 2020. And so we're still having conversations with them about what this program is going to look like once we're past COVID, so that's exciting. And then during COVID, we started a national group called Glass Impact. So folks from public glass studios around the country, we meet once a month. We talk about what we're doing, what we want to be doing, what we could do in terms of raising scholarships and raising the profile of glass making and things like that. And so that's really nice. And we got to host many of our colleagues at the GAS conference in Tacoma this year. I hope that everybody in this room knows that we have an exhibition at the Tacoma Art Museum called Gather, 27 Years of Hilltop Artists, that was curated by our own Trenton Kiocho with a little bit of help from me. And there's a picture of some of the alums that are in the exhibition there. It is so exciting. That piece was actually made by Mr. Jacob Wilcox, the neon piece, and then Evan Schaus made the skull in front. Tony is asking some question that Luis is answering about that lovely flame-worked collar that Luis made the flowers, and then his mom made the crocheted shawl for that piece. Doug Burgess worked with his mom on his piece there. His mom, Nancy, is a weaver, and she made all the little hats on his totems. And Chris, there's another video next about Trenton.
My name is Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington. This week, I'm exploring Filipino textile and traditional fish traps and motifs, and kind of reimagining traditional forms and sculptures into a new body of work made out of glass, kind of honoring my Filipino heritage. So I think the fish traps, just in general, just the shapes are they're really interesting. And then you throw in the texture and the patterns of the elements of it woven together. It's like individually they look good. If you just separate them together, it looks even better. But I'm learning a lot in the residency because part of me is like, maybe I should just focus on the form. Part of me is like, focus on the pattern. So it's like, it's a lot of new ideas that I've never worked on. Got another small chunk, and then
Body's all gonna be one piece.
yeah, but the legs I want brung as bits.
So there'd be a body and legs on the body.
Yeah.
Kind of column.
Well, I'm thinking we just turn that. I kind of want to do like this sitting form. So I don't know, like basically like take that, kind of pull it into like a flattened piece. I don't know, like a Z almost, you know what I mean? And then the head goes on here, you know, for it. I think it's hot enough still. All over, hit it. I take a weird approach sometimes, and like I just make what I want to make. It kind of comes off the fly, and there will be some sketches and you know, color application like deciding what colors I'm going to use. But for the most part, it's kind of freestyle, and then I'll make something, and then it won't work out very well the first time, and then it's like the second time it works out great, and then the third time it went back a step. But it's always nice to go back to previous ideas and kind of build off of those. Yeah, I think being a teacher or an educator, it can be difficult at times because, you know, kids are mean and it's hard to reach them. But it's these relationships that you build with these people over, you know, 6-7 years sometimes, and it just kind of grows. And they start off as your students, and then eventually they become your friends. And you know, a lot of them, you know, came in at 13 and now they're 22.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Make a big, wide collar.
And you know, there's always ones that like give you hard times, but you know, there's always a few cases where they come back and thank you. You don't always get that, but like that definitely makes you want to do it more. You know, having an opportunity to come here and work with the all-star team. You know, Sarah, Gabe, and Ben it's definitely a huge step in my career. I mean, and coming up through as a young person coming in here at 15, and then now 15 years later being the person at the center bench as the artist has been kind of surreal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a
Yeah. Don't sweat it. It's lunchtime, folks.
It's hard because kids are kind of mean. Okay, I got you, Trenton. So I can't big up Trenton and Gather enough. If you haven't seen it, the exhibition goes through September 3rd of this year. So that's just right across the Bridge of Glass, the Tacoma Art Museum. Better Together is an incredible coalition of African American artists who get together 2-3 times a year to do demonstrations and to work with community. This year, Better Together did a week-long residency at Pilchuk the week before the Glass Art Society conference. And we were given the privilege of taking 10 students to work with them. We took 6 middle school students, the youngest students we've ever taken to Pilchuk, 2 high school students and 2 alums to work with Better Together. That's me and Thurman Statham on the left. It's my understanding that Thurman is teaching session 6 at Pilchuk, and he's going to stay and work with our students again this fall, which is very, very exciting. We've got Nate Watson in the center working with Jason McDonald, who is part of Better Together, but also a Hilltop alumni. Nate was, until 2 weeks ago, the executive director of Public Art Glass in San Francisco. And Nate is now the interim glass program chair at the University of Washington, Seattle. Yes, and so I am super excited that he's going to be in the neighborhood, and I predict he will be a frequent visitor to Hilltop Artists. And I've been trying to talk him into being our keynote at the luncheon, but he starts teaching on September 15th. So doing a talk on October 4th is, I don't know if he's going to do that. But anyway, I'm excited. That picture on the right, you have Destiny, Majesty, Jordan, and Marcus, all 8th graders, working up at Pilchuk, and that just makes my heart smile, watching them work there on their own project. They're the 4 of them working together. They learned from Better Together the day before and that morning, and now they're doing their own thing, and I'm super proud of them. Thurman brought sanded plate glass for us to make houses, which is Thurman's jam. If you know his work, he makes ladders, houses, lots of different assembled sculptures out of plate glass that he then paints and draws on. So we all got to have a Thurman experience. And then we were doing some drawing exercises together in the flat shop. And then on the right, we were all watching Xavier make a bowl. And then he was like, can I get a piece of white for a stringer? And then we turn around, and yes, that's a promposal. He wrote prom ? And so we got home, and he gave that to his intended date. And she said, yes, of course, because you would if somebody made you a glass promposal, would you not? And so that was really exciting. And so all the artists from Better Together were like, did she say yes? Did she say yes? They were sending us emails because everybody was invested in that prom date. We hosted the Glass Arts Society Conference here in Tacoma this year. It was super exciting. We had about 850 glassmakers from around the world here in Tacoma. We are in one of the main hot shops and gallery sites. We also had folks come over to our studio in Area 253 and lots of places in Tacoma. This was really exciting. We had students, we had about a dozen students from our sister organizations around the country that we hosted here in Tacoma. And then there were two events where they got to, all the students came together. At one point we had 19 students, mainly students of color, out here working. If you had walked in, you would have been like, hey, black people blow glass. And that's really rare. And so we were really celebrating that at this conference. The picture on the right, Better Together was making that piece. You can kind of see that it looks like a bunch of grapes. And so there were maybe 20 people out here on the floor working on this piece. There were spoken word poets. There were dancers up above. There was a whole installation about Black history. There was a bench over there where people were putting together a clear chain. There was the center bench where they were making a bunch of grapes. Then they put the two pieces together and they left it on the floor. And I don't know how many people truly understood what was going on with that, but if you're familiar with the song Strange Fruit by Billie Holiday, that is a song about the lynching of African Americans in America, and that piece was Strange Fruit, and it was left to die here on the floor. It wasn't annealed. And so it was a very incredibly powerful experience here at GAS, and I'm so proud that our students had an opportunity to assist on that. It was amazing. Those are some of the students from around the country that worked together to make the piece that Walt drew on the floor there, and that's in that picture. Really hard to see, but what it is a globe with a mouth full of teeth and a big tongue and a cap. And on the cap, the students put the names of all the programs from around the country that they came from. And so that was really incredible. And then the other piece that the students made together was a big silver cone, you know, in homage to the space that we're in. And then each student made a flower and put on that cone, going around the cone. And it's about, I don't know, 22 inches tall or so. Look out for it on City Line. I loaned it last week to Amanda Westbrook to put on the set on City Line Tacoma. So she'll have that for the next 3 months. All right. I want to thank you all for your time. And if anybody has any questions, now's the time, or you can give me a call. I know you knew all of this, Sal. You could have done the talk. Does anybody have any questions? I was apparently so thorough that nobody has any questions. Well, that's okay. Oh, there's one question. Why, yes. The gala is on October 4th from 10 a.m., 10:30 till 1:30. Those of you that have signed up to be table captains, there's going to be a meeting outside in Calmo and a little meet and greet. And I want to thank Renee Martin for that reminder. Renee and I went to Jason Lee together. We met when we were 12. And so she's my oldest and dearest. I will see you guys in Calmo if you're a table captain. Otherwise, the team is going to be out here again to work on some more centerpieces. Is it 2 o'clock, Doug? Okay, they'll be coming out shortly. No questions? You can start when you're 12 years old. 12 years old, 12 years old. See a few that are going to be 12 years old, and it's all free, tuition free, glass blowing in Tacoma.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're hosting the Hilltop Artists from the Tacoma Public Schools. Here in Tacoma, we have a middle school and high school program in glassblowing, believe it or not, in the public schools. So all the young artists that you see scattered around the floor, they're from Hilltop. Just to get you started, before the glassblowers get out here and really get to work, I'm just going to give you just a very brief introduction to how glassblowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's one on each side of the studio. Behind those doors, each one has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out of the furnace. We take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass. So if you watch Gabe in the black hat, he blows a little air through the pipe, and magically a bubble pops out the other end. So we're going to be making a goblet to start off with. Not quite like this, but sort of similar. When we make fancy goblets like this, we blow the bowl first. The bowl is the part you drink out of. We'll put the bowl into this oven over here, keep it warm. We'll start to build the stem and then the foot, and then we'll stick the bowl on top. So the young man seated to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. This arrangement where one person blows while the other one shapes it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Here in the Northwest, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. Starting in 1978, a number of Venetian masters came to the United States and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work pretty much like they do, not exactly. The round oven where he's heating up the glass, that's called the glory hole. There's no glass in those ovens, not the round ones. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while he's working. Each time he heats it up in there, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And then we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. Anybody have any questions? It's not here. So They have their own studio and their own teachers and everything. But we have them over here. We have a good relationship. We have them over here every once in a while. Somebody's got a date, having a romantic dinner. Oh well, there goes our romantic dinner. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease will be the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Over to the right of center, Jack in the red hat is rolling some chips of colored glass onto the surface, and he's going to melt those in and make some drinking glasses. The Hilltop Artists program has been going for about 27 years. It started as a program for at-risk youth, and they combine academics, social services, and try to get kids to focus and learn teamwork and generally gain more confidence. So the next thing we're going to do is add a little bit of glass, and we're going to make what's called an avolio. Whoa. And that's this spindle-shaped part. So we wind on a little molten glass. Sarah's going to get another little dab. Sarah in the black shirt and jean shorts. Each time we dab on a little molten glass like that, it's called bringing a bit, B-I-T. Could we put up the goblet anatomy drawing? Just so you know what part is what when I'm talking. The bowl is the part you drink out of. The ovolio is the part that Gabe just made, that little spindle shape. Then we'll make an optic ball, then the stem, and then the foot. So we're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will act as a temporary handle to hold the bowl from the bottom while we work on the top. Break the glass away from the pipe. Yes. 890 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and at night has a little computer that slowly turns the temperature down and room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just made the thing and put it on the table, walked away, it would cool too quickly and it would crack. We're going to add a little decorative stripe. We take the molten glass, cut it to a point, and just wind on a little clear decorative stripe. Do that again. So that would be these little stripes that you see here. We just added those little two stripes. So we're going to blow some air on the front end to make this bowl a little rounder and fuller. Now Gabe is going to widen that opening so you can drink out of it. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. He presses against the inside of the opening. The glass is hot and soft, and it spreads out. So the bowl is done. We're going to take it off the metal rod, and we're going to put it in this oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. So we'll keep this warm. We'll make the stem and the foot, and then we'll pull the bowl out and stick it on top. So give the pipe a tap. Off it comes. And into the garage to stay warm till we're ready to use it. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. Glass is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It lowers the melting temperature of the sand, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You throw those three ingredients in the big furnace. You cook it overnight at 2,400 degrees. In the morning, you have a tank full of molten glass. Not particularly. Sand. So now Gabe, on the right, is starting the glass for the stem. He's going to blow a little bubble. And I think we're going to stuff it in a little mold called the optic mold to give it a rib texture. Can we put up the goblet anatomy again? So you see on that drawing where it says optic ball, that's the part he's making. So we're going to build that stem from the top down, but it's not going to be exactly like that drawing. One of the artists from the Hilltop Artists program, Mackenzie, in the overalls, she made a special glass marble, and we're going to put the special glass marble in this stem. Sayuri, over on the left, is heating up the marble. Sarah is bringing a little dab of molten glass. We're going to make it into a little disc at the base of the optic ball. And now we're going to add Mackenzie's marble. Over on this bench, Jack in the red hat is making drinking glasses. He's blowing them into a graphite mold. He's making a bubble of glass, decorating it, and then blowing the glass into a mold to make the form. Do you guys have any questions? Now Sarah, in the black shirt and jean shorts, just to the right of the center. She's going to blow another bubble, and we're going to use that to make the hollow part of the stem. Maybe not. Maybe change of plans here. Okay, we're going with a solid stem this time. Last time we did a hollow. Do you have a question, sir? We're going to add one more little disc to the bottom of the stem. Can we put up the goblet anatomy again? So we'll put a little disc on the base of the stem. Discs between the now we're going to add another bubble to make the foot. It's what we call a blown foot. It's a very Venetian style thing to do. We drop that bubble on and cut it off into a teardrop shape. Now we're going to cut that teardrop in half. Give it a little squeeze in the middle. And then we're going to bust off the point. That leaves us with a little hollow sphere with a hole in the end. We're going to spread that out, and that will be the foot of the goblet, the part that sits on the table. No, just plug it in my little iPod there. Yes, yes. What? No, I work for the museum, but we've invited the Hilltop Artists to come today. They're working with our Museum of Glass blowers, and that's Gabe leading the team. He's one of our regulars. And he's making a goblet, a little collaboration with one of the Hilltop artists, Mackenzie, who's there in the overalls. She made a special custom marble, and we've incorporated it in that goblet stem. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the foot and the stem from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we work on the top. Sayuri in the khaki shorts in the center is preparing the punty. She's coated the end of that steel rod with a little molten glass. And we're going to stick it on the bottom. And then we're going to break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. So we stick that second one on the bottom, and we snap it off. So now we're almost ready to assemble the goblet. A little earlier, Gabe made the bowl of the goblet. It's sitting in this oven over here. Sarah is warming it up, and we're going to assemble the goblet. This is going to happen rather quickly. Gabe is going to sit down at the workbench with the foot and the stem. Sarah will come, probably Sarah will come over with a little dab of molten glass, followed quickly by Sarah with the bowl. That all has to happen rather quickly. So Gabe sits down. Sayuri comes over with the hot glass. Put the tiniest little dab of molten glass on top. Followed by Sarah with the bowl. We'll give her pipe a little tap. And the goblet is assembled. So we'll heat that up once or twice more, just to make sure everything's on there straight. And then we'll put it in our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take this off the steel pipe and put it in our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Sarah's ready with the fork to carry it to the annealer. A few drops of water on the joint between the goblet and the metal pole. Give it a light tap. Off it comes, and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So the next thing we're going to do an ancient Roman mosaic technique called Murrini, M-U-R-R-I-N-E. Can we put up the Murrini chop slide? So we make a rod of glass that has a pattern that goes all the way through it. and then we cut off little chips, and we use each chip as a little mosaic tile to make our pattern. Can we put up the picking up Marini on a collar? So we lay out our mosaic pattern on a ceramic plate. We heat it up till all the little tiles stick together. And then we're going to roll it up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we'll have a bubble with the Marini pattern in it. Can we put up the Marini Compare slide? So if you look up on the big screen, these are two Marini pieces. The one on the left is 1st, 2nd century BC, and the one on the right is a modern sculpture by Richard Marcus. But the technique is the same. It's a way of getting mosaic patterns into a three-dimensional object. So we've got our pattern laid out on that ceramic plate. We're going to warm it up a little bit by putting it in the garage. Could we put up picking up Marini on a collar? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little drawing. Gabe is making what's marked on that drawing as the collar. He's putting a little ring of glass around the end of the pipe, and we're going to use that to roll up our mosaic pattern. The mosaic pattern is heating up in this oven over here. So if you look up on the big screen, we've laid out a pattern. Obviously, it's a different pattern, but we've laid it out on a ceramic plate. We're going to heat it up till it fuses together. And then, what? Where is it? It's nowhere. That's just a generic picture. The Marini pattern we're going to use is in the garage. Oh, there, she's got it. That's the one we're going to use. That's just a picture. Yes. That's why we can't find it. Yep. So we're going to heat it up. Generally, when we put it in the oven, it kind of heats more around the edges than the center. So sometimes we take the torch and give it a little extra blast of heat so it's more even. So what we have is essentially a little glass mosaic. We call it Marini, M-U-R-R-I-N-E. We've held it in place with some little metal weights. And now we're going to give it a little squeeze so that all the little tiles stick together. So squeeze it, make sure they're all stuck together. And now essentially we have a little sheet with a mosaic design in it. We're going to roll it up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we'll have a bubble with the mosaic design. So our guest artists from the Hilltop Artist Program, they made the Marini, the individual tiles. They laid out the design. And now Gabe from our museum staff is going to roll it up and make it into a vase. Does anybody have any questions? No? Yes.
Are these pieces that's holding the mosaic together wood?
No, these are metal.
Oh, those are metal.
It's just to hold it temporarily. You get the thing hot and they all stick together.
It sounded like wood when it fell.
Nope, it was steel.
Oh, interesting.
So this is the big money move. So we've taken that flat pattern, we've rolled it up into a tube, and eventually we'll close off the end, and then we can blow it into any shape we want, but it'll still have that mosaic tile pattern. Gabe's making sure that the two edges of the pattern match nicely. We coat our ceramic plate with a little clay-rich mud from the local beach, and it keeps the pattern from sticking to the ceramic plate, but sometimes it leaves a little residue on the glass. So you'll see Gabe take a little whisk broom and dust off that clay. So before we start blowing that up, we have a little work to do. Gabe's got to make sure that there's no gaps between the individual tiles, because if we blow into it, the air is just going to go out the hole. Also, we're going to coat it with more molten glass, so we have to make the surface smooth. So right now it has the texture of the little tiles. Yes, otherwise the little gap crevices can trap air in there and you get bubbles. So we're going to drop a little molten glass on the steel table, the marver. We're going to make what we call a cookie. And we're going to use that to plug up the end of our tube. We'll take a pair of shears and cut off the little stuff sticking out the edges. Middle school and high school. It is public school. No, it's just like, it's a regular high school and middle school, and they get to take it as an elective.
I see. Oh, it's okay.
Like taking French.
It's a program at their school. Can any of the schools participate in it?
Any school can participate. They have a school day program, and that's only for their school, but they also have an after-school program.
Probably a couple hundred, I don't know. What do you think, a couple hundred tiles in there? Little flowers.
Thank you.
You see the guy in the red cap? He went through the program. He's 20 now, and now he works for us here at the museum. I didn't have anything like it in my high school. Hi. How are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know?
When we
Yep. Right now, we're just, all this nonsense is to get a pattern. Come over and show you the pattern.
Used to working in shorts around all the hot glass. Does it ever send up a drop or never explodes or anything?
Well, they always were.
I drew a little picture so you can't, it's hard to see.
Probably half hour, 40 minutes. The glass one comes fresh out of the oven will be 2100 degrees, 2,100 degrees.
He just knows when it's right to come out, and he certainly
He's been
knows
blowing glass for 26 years.
She used to have a stained glass studio, but it's a different world in the.
No, that's cool.
What's heating the oven?
Natural gas. So Gabe is letting that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to coat it with a fresh layer of hot molten glass. He's blowing air on it to kind of speed up the cooling. And now we have a bubble, and it's got the mosaic pattern in it. We're going to blow it up and make a vase out. So Gabe's taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler. That's a steel trough where we spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So all week we've been making these vases for the Hilltop Artists fundraising luncheon. It's going to be October 4th at the Hotel Murano. And now this is kind of our last day. So we're going to make several unique pieces that will also be sold at that event. Now Gabe is squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place where we'll break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. We're heating up the end there. Because we've applied the pattern to the sides of the bubble, there's a little bald spot on top. Oh. Okay. Change of pace here. He's going to poke a hole in the bottom, and we're going to transfer it to another pipe.
I don't, you were off before, I think we, yeah, we're gonna, Jack and Sarah are making the top and bottom and common parts. So this will be the middle band. Yeah, they're doing the double over, like a blue double overlay. Sarah's starting it. This will be the combo band, kind of that shape.
So we're making something even fancier than I imagined. We're going to make a vase. It's going to have 3 parts. The top and the bottom are going to be blue, and this mosaic pattern is going to be a band in the middle of the vase. So I just found out about that, so that's why I was a little confused. a little trough over there. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what this one looks like, where we keep the melted glass. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? And that's what the round ones look like. So they're all individual units.
You have to keep turning it or it sags, right?
Right.
How long have you been doing this?
44 years.
Not tired of it?
So Sarah is making a bubble, a blue bubble, although it looks orange at the moment. That's the glow from the heat. We're going to cut Sarah's bubble in half. We're going to use one half of Sarah's bubble to make the bottom of the vase, and we're going to use the other half to make the top.
I'm like, where is that coming from?
Soft and stiff colors, you gotta like kind of design around that.
So we're going to be making this vase in 3 sections. Sarah's blowing a big blue section over there. We're cutting that in 2. We use 1/2 to make the top. We'll use 1/2 to make the bottom. And we'll put the mosaic pattern, the Marini, in the middle. When we join 2 bubbles, or 3 bubbles in this case, when they're wide open like that, it's called incalmo. Can we put up the incalmo drawing? So we're going to take each of the sections, we're going to open them up to the same diameter, and we're going to fuse them together, do the same with the 3rd section, and then we'll blow that up into this vase shape. Anybody have any questions? A while. It's going to be a while. Maybe not. So Gabe has our Marini section, the center section, with the mosaic pattern in it. I think we're going to join one of the blue bubbles to that. Jack has one of the blue bubbles. So over on the left, you're right. Sarah has the bubble. It's going to be this part here. Gabe in the center has the bubble with the mosaic pattern in it. That's going to be the middle. And Jack has the bubble. That's going to be the bottom. Does anybody have any questions? So the Marini, the little mosaic tiles, were made by our guests, the Hilltop Artists, and our museum glassblowers are going to put together a vase using their pattern of mosaic tiles. So here comes Sarah with our mosaic bubble, and we're going to attach it to the blue bubble. It doesn't look blue, it looks orange right now. but I know it's blue because they told me. We make sure that that bond is completely closed and airtight. Then we're going to break Sarah's pipe away. We're going to open up the bottom of it, and we're going to attach the second blue bubble, and that'll be the bottom. I think Jack has the second blue bubble. There he is.
Is there a percentage of failure out of everything?
There is a percentage of failure, especially when Gabe's involved.
All it would take was
very
one
small.
piece not to go right.
It happens. It's a very small thing.
With something like a goblet, it's a higher percentage.
No. Put up some of Gabe's work. Gabe is the man working the glass tower. We put up some of Gabe's work on the big screen. This is work by Gabe Feenan, one of our main glass blowers here at the museum. These guys make stuff for the museum, but they also have their own personal artwork that they do. Gabe has done demonstrations all over Europe. He shows his work all over the United States and in Canada. That's all done hot. That's just, he just takes a tool with a ball on it.
That's awesome. I've only seen that once, I think.
So hot, it knocked the thermometer off the wall. So we've joined the third and final part. So now we have all the colored sections. Now we're going to heat that up and make it into the shape that we wanted. So in the center, Gabe Feenan. He's got the bubble that we've made out of 3 parts, 2 opaque blue sections, and 1 mosaic section in the middle. We assembled the 3 bubbles, and now we're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. Does anybody have any questions? This is what we use for make the mosaic patterns, just the patterns.
That was what, I mean, you do that at the very beginning and put it on the little bit of glass, right? You do that at the beginning. That's not going to go on this glass, is it?
No, these are patterns for the next one. Can we put up the picking up the Marini on a collar? So if you look up on a big screen, so we lay out our pattern, we roll it up into a tube, we coat it with more glass, and so this is how we lay out our mosaic pattern. We get it in a form called vat, which is like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients all ready. You just shovel it in the furnace and cook it.
So you never would use Kokomo or anything like that?
No, just That glass is not made for blowing. It's made for making sheets. So this glass is formulated to harden slowly so it can be shaped by hand easily.
You spell it S-P-L-O-T-C-H?
Spectrum,
Spectrum. Okay.
like the red, yellow, blue,
Is that a company in Washington?
North Carolina.
And then you have to cut those all up, right?
Yes, you make a rod that has a pattern going all the way through and you chop it up. We're going to heat up the glass near the pipe, and we're going to squeeze it, make a little notch in it, and that'll be the place we can break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping it. How are you?
Hey, hard worker man.
You guys have any questions?
I wondered, when they put the blue torch on it, that's to get it warm enough to get back in the oven?
That's to get it to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, it kind of heats it up generally. If we want it hot just here, we use a torch.
Okay, so they torched it and then they stuck it right in the...
But the part that they torch will stay extra hot. So the two levels, if you want a level, if the part they torch is this much hotter, when you put it in the oven, it'll rise in proportion.
So when it comes out, then it's probably going to be the part of the piece
That's probably the part that they're going to shape.
And what, they're going to
What?
they're going to shape it somehow once they get it hot.
Yes. We make that.
How did they get that kind of intricate pattern on the outside of the glass?
Can we put up the Marini, just the generic Marini? So if you look up on the big screen, we make these little discs of glass called Marini. We arrange them in a mosaic pattern. We heat them up till they all stick together. Then we roll it up into a tube, close the end of the tube, then we have a bubble with a mosaic pattern in it. And it's called Marini. And it dates back to 1st, 2nd century BC. Marini, M-U-R-R-I-N-E. It's Italian. Yeah, exactly. Can we put up the Marini compare slide? So up on the big screen we have two Marini pieces. The one on the left is a Roman bowl from the 1st, 2nd century AD, and on the right is a modern sculpture by Richard Marquis, also made with the same Marini technique. So it's a way of putting a mosaic pattern into a three-dimensional object. Or does that make sense? So we're taking a torch, we're heating it up in two places. We're heating it up where the glass is wrapped around the end of the metal pipe, where if it gets too cold, it could crack. We're also focusing a heat on the very bottom, and we want to make that soft so we can flatten the bottom without crushing the whole shape. Glass is a very bad conductor of heat, so you get one part hot and soft without disturbing the rest of the shape. So you can see that Daria, seated to the left, she's blowing a little bit as Gabe shapes it. Next thing we're going to do is transfer this vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah, over on the far left, is preparing the punty. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Flat tool.
What is that called?
That she's holding? Paddle.
And she uses that to keep the heat away from them?
Yep.
And also to flatten?
Exactly. We've attached the punty to the base of this vase. Gabe's going to take his tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where he wants the glass to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can be heated and shaped. Excuse me, say that again? There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glory holes, which are the round ones with the doors open, and they're all the same temperature. They're all 2,300 degrees. There's two glass furnaces. That's a different machine. Those are the ones with the doors closed, Those hold the big tanks of melted glass, and those run at 2100 degrees. Both the furnaces are the same, and all the glory holes are the same. Now Gabe's going to flare the top. He's going to make a little flange at the top. And that's not really part of the design. He's just going to use that to give himself something to pull against so he can stretch out that neck. So once he gets it stretched to the point he wants it, we'll break that flange off. Say that?
Do you do all your work with all your furnace and your temperatures in Fahrenheit or Celsius?
Fahrenheit. Are you from Canada or something?
No, but I mean, yeah, well, a long time ago I studied glass in college, and it was always Celsius.
Oh, maybe in chemistry.
No, ceramic engineering.
Really? Okay, well, engineering, yeah.
Yeah, and they always had this great appreciation for glass art. Yeah.
So we're just American peasants. We use it Fahrenheit.
Well, I remember when we grew up, I remember in the 60s it was always like, you really got to learn your metric system.
Oh, yeah, there
We're
was a-
changing. And I always bought it.
They kept saying, "Oh, it's coming, it's coming." It's like skirts for men.
gotta
That's just
learn it.
never going to happen. But every
For some reason.
5 or 10 years, they bring it up again.
I know, it's so funny, isn't it? Yeah, I think so.
This will go to their annual fundraiser, the Hilltop Artists. We made a bunch of kind of standard centerpieces, and then we make a couple of unique individual pieces that will be auctioned off at their fundraiser. It's called the Better Futures Luncheon. It's on October 4th, and it's at the Murano Hotel. Does anybody have any questions? You guys? No. that was the bottom of the bowl, I think that looked good. Get rid of the male pattern bowl. That's really solid. Get someone get a circle, boy. So over on the right, Jack in the red hat, Jack Spitzer. He's coating his bubble with clear glass. He's going to make a bowl out of that, and he used the same Marini technique that we have in the middle of this piece, and he's going to make a bowl out of it. This piece was made with 3 separate bubbles. This is just going to be the one Marini bubble. Gabe is flaring the neck of this vase. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle across the front to make it nice and flat. So we're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we do here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take this off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So all the colors you're seeing are distorted by the heat. The top section, the bottom section are a dark blue. And the middle section is a series of blue and green mosaic pattern. You got eyes. if you go to their fundraiser, maybe they'll put it on their website, hilltopartists.org. Everything has to cool overnight, so you won't be here when it's cool. They might on the check the hilltop.org, hilltopartists.org, artists with an S. That's their website, and maybe they'll show up there in a couple of weeks. 890 degrees. Yes, we keep it constant temperature all day long. We put all the objects we make during the day in there, and then we cool everything down all at once overnight. It just looks heavy because it's hollow. Just looks heavy because it's opaque colors. But, yeah, I don't know. I'd be lying if I told you I knew. Oh, yeah, no problem. So over on the right, Jack is blowing a ball out of this Marini bubble. It's got the mosaic pattern. Hi, how are you? Good. I'm warm, that's how I am. Yeah, no, I know. I've been up there. It's this is really a winter sport, not a summer sport. But do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Well, good, good.